Lawyer.
After he left Miss Ryan's classroom, where did he go?
So, after he shot here, thankfully, unfortunately, as Christian was, after Christian had been shot, he used his foot to close the door. So he restricted access to the shooter after that. The shooter moved back down the hall towards the restrooms that he had come from. And he ultimately got to this intersection, as he's moving down the hall, in room 2.145, Miss Irmy, she was in that room, Christina Irmy. She opened the door to see what was going on. She looked out briefly, and he shot her.
And did she survive?
No, ma'am, she didn't.
After he shot Miss Irmy, what did he do? After he shot Miss Irmy, what did he do?
So after he shot Miss Irmy, he kept moving. He was continuing to move. He got to the intersection here of K Hall and J Hall. And while he was here, he saw Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix, Ricky Aspinwall and David Phoenix, left their classrooms, which are two doors almost side by side. So they leave pretty much at the same time. And as soon as the shooter sees them coming out of those classrooms, as they're in the hall, he shoots them numerous times. Coach Aspinwall was killed, and Mr. Phoenix was hurt pretty bad.
And then after that, where does he go?
Continues moving down J Hall. The shooter gets to this area here, Jay and I, about the time that Mason Shermerhorn comes out of the bathroom. He sees Mason, he aims his rifle, he shoots several times, and he ultimately kills Mason.
And then what happened?
After he shoots Mason, he turns and aims down K Hall at a student that was quickly trying to run away from him. He was trying to run so fast that he was falling over himself. As soon as he aims this way, Deputy Brandon King and Sergeant Boyd made their way down F Hall. They actually came out at the intersection on J Hall, so they could tell that there was, through the haze of the dust that had fallen, they could tell that somebody was down there. They heard the shots when he shot Mason, and then they immediately started giving loud verbal commands for him to drop his gun, and he immediately surrendered.
All right, Lieutenant Chandler, I don't have any further questions for you right now.
Cross. Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
I only have a few questions for you. How many entrances are to the high school?
Specifically, I'm not 100% sure exactly how many entrances. I can count them for you though, using the map that we have, if you'd like me to.
If you know, that would be great. People can't get in from other places.
Correct, they're supposed to be, yes, sir.
So all the students have to go in through the front.
No, sir, not necessarily through the front. So basically, I think that the way they have it set up is car riders will go through the front, and then the bus riders will go through the back side of the school.
Okay, so you got actually two.
Two main entrances, yes, sir.
And the entrance that Colt made would be from the bus.
Correct, yes, sir.
And do you know what time that bus arrived?
Slightly before 8.
Okay. You know how many children were on that bus with him?
No, sir, I don't.
I assume you didn't take possession of any evidence at all. Right?
No, sir. My role after the initial response was that I did supplement CID's efforts, but I didn't specifically collect evidence.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Judge.
Based on crossing, you redirect?
No, Your Honor. May Lieutenant Chandler be excused?
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Second question. Is the next witness a long one we made break for lunch before cross? If so,
I think about 20 minutes.
okay. Go ahead.
The
state call is Dr. Matt Thompson.
All right, if you want to go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you will start by just introducing yourself to the jury, and you can go ahead and tell us where you're employed.
My name is Matt Thompson. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for the Barrow County School System.
All right, and tell us a little bit about what that role entails.
It's a pretty broad job. It entails a lot of different things. I have either direct or indirect supervision over, including technology, assessment, data, student records, student safety, support services, strategic planning, and a lot of other areas.
All right, and how long have you been in that role?
For this particular role, 4 years.
Okay. As part of that role, do you have access to the surveillance system for the Barrow County school system?
I do.
And does that specifically include surveillance video for Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Tell us a little bit about the surveillance system that Apalachee High School has.
System-wide, we have about 2,800 school and classroom cameras, and about 800 bus cameras, about 4 per bus. For Apalachee specifically, we have 241 cameras spread out through the external parts of the school into the corridors, hallways, and including classroom cameras. And then they have however many buses delivered there on a given day. We have 4 cameras per bus.
Okay. And approximately how long has this surveillance system been in place?
We went with the particular server model that we're using in about 2015, so a little more than 10 years.
And does that record 24/7?
It depends on the camera. The classroom and hallway cameras record continuously 6 a.m. through 6 p.m. And then they have a mechanism that if there's a sensor that detects motion, it will start recording it at a given point. The external security cameras and some of the key entrances record 24/7. And then the bus video records as long as the bus is actually cranked and engaged. It records continuously.
Gotcha. And do any of these videos have sound?
The bus videos do record sound. Teacher classroom videos do if the teacher chooses to engage it, if they're recording a lesson for their instructional purposes. But unless the teacher turns on the classroom cameras, they do not record sound, and the hallway security videos and the external do not record sound.
All right. So are you aware if any of the videos relevant to this case have sound recorded on them?
I'm not aware of any of it.
Okay.
Except possibly the bus video. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay. So the bus could go either way.
Bus could, yes.
Okay. And we'll start with the school proper. How is the surveillance video stored?
So the videos, when they're recording, are feeding data into a server. That server is organizing those. You can use our software to kind of query the server. We use a software called Video Insight. You can watch live streams, or you can also watch archived data. But that data feeds into the server room, where it's stored for 30 days, unless we choose to mark it for non-deletion, at which point it will be retained. Otherwise, it cycles over after 30 days.
Okay. And who has access to these videos, to the server?
The server room?
Yes.
That'd be anybody with a master key at the school, which would include school administrators. That would also include maintenance staff, handful of IT staff, and then also a very small number of district staff, including myself.
Okay. And how can you yourself access these recordings?
We would never really have a reason to go to the server room. We just access those videos through the Video Insight platform, which is an installed app that's on our computers that we use we can watch again the live stream, or we can pull video clips out of that, or we can just review archival footage.
All right. And so this app on your computers, is it fair to assume that you said a very limited amount of people have access to that? Is that true for that app?
School administrators would have their own school. Beyond that, there's a small number of district staff that would have full district access, but it's very small, fewer than 10 in a fairly large district.
And is this the same system that's used for the buses in addition to the school
The
system?
buses are slightly different. They don't feed data live into a server. Theirs are recorded on a hard drive on the actual camera. So when we ask to review bus footage, we have to ask that the hard drive be actually pulled out of the camera and delivered. The we can request that anytime we need to.
Okay. So on this hard drive, we have what have been marked as States Exhibits 4 through 28, showing the bus that Colin Gray took to the school on September 4th of 2024 and relevant video from Apalachee High School. Have you had the opportunity to review all these videos? And are they accurate copies of what was captured from the surveillance video that day?
Yes.
Were all these videos obtained directly either from the server at the school or the local servers on the bus?
That's correct.
And have they been materially changed or altered in any way?
They have not.
Judge, at this time we tender States Exhibits 4 through 28, and I would note that States 22 is in 2 parts, so we've just marked that as 22.1 and 22.2.
All right, that's an introduction.
You're good.
All right, 4 through 28, inclusive of 22.1 and 22.2 are all good.
All right, so we're going to be playing relevant portions of these videos at a later point in the trial, but what we're going to do with you right now is go through some clips from the exhibits just to orient the jury to the different views that these different cameras provide. We'll start with a clip from States Exhibit 4, which is the exterior of the school bus. And looking at this video, is that the video that you obtained relevant to this case
It is.
or a clip from it? And is the timestamp and date accurate on this video?
They appear to be accurate, yes.
Okay. And where's that camera? I think it's relatively obvious, but where's the camera shooting
That way, so
from?
there's 4 cameras per bus. That would be the front-mounted camera that's pointing out the front of the bus.
Okay. Moving on to a clip from States Exhibit 5. And is that the interior of the same school bus that we previously saw the exterior of?
That would be the camera that's pretty standard mounted behind the driver.
Okay, and once again, is the date and timestamp accurate on that video?
It appears to be, yes.
All right, now shifting to cameras at the school, we're next going to show a clip from States Exhibit 6. All right, and where is that camera showing from?
That is the bus rider entrance at the back of Apalachee High School.
All right, and I see we've got 2 date and timestamps, but they look to be exactly the same. Are those correct in
Those
these
would be
videos?
correct, yes.
Okay. Now, next we're going to jump over to a clip from States Exhibit 16. All right, so this one obviously looks a little different or significantly different from the other videos we're looking at. Can you just kind of explain what we're looking at here?
This is one of the classroom cameras. This is actually, I believe, in Miss Suzanne Harris's classroom. They're mounted at the center of the classroom, or not every classroom is perfectly square, so sometimes they're configured as close as we can get it, and they provide a fisheye view of the entire classroom. Some of the newer ones can be actually angled a little bit if a teacher wants to use them for instructional purposes. They typically are not done that much for that purpose. So this is typically the view you're going to get from a classroom camera, sort of the fishbowl view of the entire classroom.
Okay, and so are all the cameras inside the classrooms this style of camera?
They will, yes. There's not any that will look any different from this. As I said, you can sometimes angle them, but in this particular case, it's not angled, and I don't believe any of the footage that was relevant to September 4th were angled.
That was my next question. Thank you. And are there any other cameras that show the interior of these classrooms as part of the school surveillance system? No. Is the date and time stamp on this video correct?
It is, yes.
And just to kind of further orient the jury, in this video, can you tell us where the entrance to the classroom is?
It would be in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. You can see a sort of brown door. That would be the entrance to the classroom. And this is, like I said, this is a computer classroom, so there's rows of desktop stacks.
Okay, so that brown door with the little window on it, right?
That would be
Okay.
it.
And next, we're going to pull up State 17 and show a clip from that. All right, and tell us what we're looking at here.
This is just a pretty standard example of one of the hallway surveillance cameras that's looking down a hallway. Actually, I'm not 100% sure which hallway that is. Likely K Hall would be my guess, but it's one of the. I recognize enough of the names to know that's one of the ones that feeds on J Hall.
Okay. And generally, these hallway cameras, where are they located throughout the hallways?
We try to strategically place them through the, these are very large schools, hundreds of thousands of square feet to cover. So there are going to inevitably be, particularly in the hallway surveillance cameras, some occasional blind spots or some places where you're looking at a long view to see something, but we try to place them along strategic points in the hallway to get maximal coverage.
Okay. Is every square inch of every hallway covered by a camera?
No, ma'am. We unfortunately do have some blind spots occasionally.
Okay. And is there any video surveillance that specifically covers any part of the interior of any bathrooms?
No, for obvious student privacy reasons, we don't have any surveillance cameras within restrooms. We do try to typically have one facing the entrance or the exit to the restroom, but we don't place them inside.
Okay. And on this video, and I believe any hallway videos, I see we have 2 timestamps that are actually slightly different. Can you tell which one is accurate?
So the upper left-hand corner is the camera's particular internal timer that is specific to the particular camera in use. Those can unfortunately, due to connectivity issues, battery issues, those can be off. Those sometimes will lag what actual time. So when these are queried on the server, the bottom right is going to be the server time that is synced to national clocks and is the independently verifiable time. So in this particular case, anytime you see 2 timestamps, the one on the bottom right is going to be the accurate date and time.
Okay, so in this case, we're looking at these 2 times, and the accurate time is 9:39 a.m.
That would be correct. Yes, that would be the server time.
All right, thank you. Did you also review and recover surveillance footage from any dates besides September 4th related to this case?
Yes, ma'am. We also reviewed and pulled footage from August 26th and August 28th.
Okay. And again, we'll provide more relevant context and publish those videos through subsequent witnesses. But starting with August 26th, what were you generally looking for?
That was the last day Colt attended school prior to September 4th, and we were particularly interested in verifying that he spent the majority of that day in the counseling suite. So in this particular case, we pulled videos related to his first period class, his second period class, and then his moving into the counseling suite for the majority of the rest of the day.
And was that video recorded and stored in the same capacity as you previously described?
It was, yes.
And did the timestamp appear to be accurate, or in the case of any hallways, that bottom right timestamp appear to be accurate? With these videos from that date, did you combine multiple camera recordings of Colt related to him going to the counselor's office?
We did. It's a little clunky when you're trying to parse through a server. So
Sure.
a lot of times we'll create curated pathway videos through a school. So in this particular case, we pulled sequential clips off of multiple cameras and sort of stitched them together using just very basic video software, just so that you have an unobstructed view of the student moving through the school. And we did that for the August 26th for Colt.
Okay, and other than putting those videos from different cameras into one file, were the videos changed or materially altered in any way?
They were not.
And Judge, again, we'll publish this at a later time, but at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 29, which is also stored on this hard drive.
Is that,
No, good.
all right, 29 submitted.
And just to follow up on that a little bit, is there any surveillance video once you enter the counseling wing at Apalachee High School?
There isn't actually a unobstructed view of the entrance to the counseling suite. You can get almost there from the where you come off the K Hall, coming down from J Hall. You can see where individuals turn to go to the counseling suite. You can also see that off of other hallways, but you can't actually see anybody enter the counseling suite.
Okay, and was the thought there essentially also for privacy reasons?
Yeah, sometimes we've kind of gone back and forth over the years, but as to coverage versus trying to be a little more discreet with students who may have issues and they don't want to be picked up on camera. So in this particular case at Apalachee, we don't have a camera that shows the counseling suite entrance.
And shifting your focus to August 28th, which is the other date you referenced, were you looking for a specific person on that date at Apalachee High School?
We were, yes.
Okay, and who was that?
That would be Colt's grandmother, Miss Deborah. I think I've had her name mispronounced all these years. I think it was Pommelhoos or.
Okay, I believe Paul Hamus,
Paul Hamus, there we go.
but I think we will
She had,
clarify later.
She had visited that day to meet with a counselor, discuss her concerns. So we pulled video showing both her entrance and her exit from Apalachee High School.
Okay. And again, did you combine the multiple camera recordings of her on that date into one file?
We did.
And other than putting them into one file, were they changed or materially altered in any
They
way?
were not altered in any way.
All right. And is that the video that we've marked as State's Exhibit 30 and put onto this hard drive, a fair and accurate depiction of what you pulled off those
It is.
cameras? And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibit 30 and again, play it at a later time.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 30 is admitted without objection.
Right. Now, lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 31. And can you just identify what this is?
So this is Apalachee's bell schedule for 2024, 2025, specifically the fall semester. Apalachee's instructional day is tied into 4 main instructional periods with a shorter advisement period.
Okay, and before I make you talk through it twice, what I've handed you fair and accurate?
This is
Okay.
the accurate bell schedule from the fall of 2024.
Okay, and Judge, we'd go ahead and tender those as State's Exhibit 31. All right, and we'll go ahead and pull that up on the screen just so it's a little easier for people to follow. So yeah, if you'll just kind of talk us through what this shows.
Sure. So what this is going to be doing is, as I said, there's 4 instructional segments and there's also an advisement period that is built in on certain days. So in this case, what this is showing is the beginning and ending of each class segment and then the time students have to traverse to their next class before they would be considered tardy.
Okay. And nothing further from me. The defense may have a couple questions for you.
All right, Cross.
I just have one question.
Sir.
At that time, Apalachee High School did not have metal detectors.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
All right, any excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. We're gonna go ahead and take our lunch break. 12:10, break till 1:10. And here's, we point out to you as you go to enter the jury room, before you turn in, there is a microwave and sink there at the end. Footage and whatnot. All right. Just to point out to all the attorneys, it appears that the podium mic is a little weak. I've got it turned up a little louder, but if you're away from it at all, it's to the extent you care, it's not really picking up.
Is that for the jury's benefit or the court reporter's benefit?
I would say the court reporter mostly, the way our sound system works, if you're not right at a mic, it's not picking you up. Obviously, she's close to you there, and she can hear you, but just so you all know.
Can you put a different mic on there?
We have an identical looking one.
I didn't know if this was.
I think we tried it already.
All right.
All right. Mr. Barry, Mr. Hobbs, you guys squared away?
Yes, bailiff is going to give us instructions on where to go.
We can recess till 1:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
I think it's gonna be a lot of those.
missing assignments and different things because he'd only been there for 2 days, but he asked whether or not we'd ever had an active shooter drill before.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that we had one.
Judge, we're gonna object any hearsay.
Response.
Your Honor, doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted. It goes to sort of present sense impression, what they're discussing at that time, and then what action she took afterwards.
Yeah, I would think this falls into a category of non-hearsay. They're not offering it to prove that they did or didn't have active school shooter trainings in the past. It's just, did he ask the question? So I'll go with the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so kind of getting back to the question, he asked you if there was an active shooter drill, and then your response was what?
Yeah, we actually had one last week, but he wasn't there for the drill.
And was there any further discussion about that?
At that moment, I did ask him what school he went to because I was concerned, like, why would you, had you worked in, or been in a school that it would have made you nervous about school shooting? And he told me that that he had been at Jefferson High School, middle school, excuse me, in the 8th grade. And I asked him if he knew Elaine Murphy, that's one of the teachers at Jefferson.
Judge, I'm gonna again object any hearsay.
And
Ms. Brooks, you have a response? Or?
I think we'll just move on from what she said back to him and go on to the next topic.
All right, so I'll sustain the objections to his last remarks. Go ahead.
So after y'all had the discussion, did he go back and sit down?
He did.
Okay. And this time I'm going to publish a clip from State's Exhibit 16. It's been previously introduced in the evidence, and the clip is from 38 minutes and 23 seconds to 39 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm going to pause it briefly. Can you kind of tell the jury, just so they can make sure they see where you are and then also where Colin Gray is?
Sure. So over to this side over here, where you see the gold and white striped bulletin board, that's where my desk is. And
is that all the way on the left of the screen?
yes. And then he is to the right of my desk. I don't know what corner I can show you. So I'm here and Colt is here, and this is where he was sitting.
Okay.
And this was Alex Johnson, and this was Tyler Graham.
It may facilitate things for these fisheye views to kind of refer to like the Facebook clock, 9 o'clock, or
That is a good idea, Your Honor. And as far as the exit or the entrance to the classroom, the door, is that around 11 o'clock?
It is.
All right, thank you. All right, we can finish playing the clip. Okay. And does that clip show where he asked you about the active shooter drill?
Yes.
Okay. When he asked you that, did that concern you?
I mean, you don't expect to hear that in the classroom. I mean, we hear about school shootings, but you don't think it's going to happen to you. So it was a little bit alarming. And I did send an email to the counselor. in regards to that, in regards to my concern.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 32. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's the email that I sent to Miss Butler.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of that email that you sent to Miss Butler on September 4th?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 32.
No objection.
All right, 32 is good.
Okay, if we could display that for the jury. Okay, so you indicated that you sent this email to Miss Butler. Can you tell us who Miss Butler is?
She's the counselor that is in charge of his last name. So each counselor has a certain number of letters in the alphabet that they're in charge of. And she was in charge of his last name.
And then you also copied D. Martin. Can you tell me who D. Martin is?
She's our assistant principal, but I'm a CTAE teacher, so she was actually over the CTAE umbrella.
Okay. And what time did you send that email?
The timestamp is 8:46 a.m.
And can you read for the jury what your email said?
The subject said inquiry from CG that might warrant a few questions. Miss Butler, I had a student who is new to the school. He has missed quite a bit already. He asked this morning if we ever do any active shooter drills. I thought this was an odd question. I told him we did, and we had one recently, but he was absent. I asked if he had a particular concern, and he said he didn't. The student is Colin Gray, and he is in the 9th grade, just FYI.
Thank you. Now, after you sent that email, did Colt come and talk to you again?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he talk to you about this time?
Several times he was asking about missing assignments. The two students that were sitting beside him, Alex Johnson and Tyler Graham, they were actually helping him with assignments. But at some point closer to the time that the bell rang, he asked what our policy was in between restroom transitions as far as going to the restroom.
And what is Apalachee's policy about restroom transitions?
You cannot go to the restroom during transitions.
Okay. And by transitions, you mean between classes?
Yes, ma'am.
So when can you go to the restroom?
You can go in class.
And how do y'all prevent people from going to the restroom during between classes?
We have chains. And so I actually had the restroom duty right outside my classroom. So there's chains, and you just walk out and clip the chain and stand there and make sure that the students don't go in and out of the restroom.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to show another clip from State's Exhibit 16, which is from 1 hour and 30 minutes and 54 seconds to 1 hour and 31 minutes and 18 seconds. Is that when he asked you about going to the bathroom or what the bathroom policy is?
He did, and I reached over to grab the bathroom pass. That's what the thing I was reaching for. They have to have a hall pass in order to go to the restroom. I asked him if he needed to go to the restroom, and he said he did not.
When class was over and he was getting ready to leave, did you notice anything about him or his belongings that caused you concern?
Very close to in the class, I noticed that there was like a poster or some kind of project or something that was sticking out of his book bag. And I asked him what his project was about, and he didn't really have much to say about the project, but he did tell me that he would show it to me later if I wanted to see it. And I couldn't tell what the project was, but he had only been there for a couple of days, so I was looking at it kind of odd. It was taller than the book bag, and it had like clothing that was kind of wrapped around it. And we're in September, but there was like a sock cap that appeared to be like stuck on the top, and I thought it was kind of odd.
How did he carry the bag when he left your classroom?
It was very difficult for him to carry. It was like really super heavy. And so when he went to pick it up, you could tell, and I said, "Do you need help with that?" And he seemed a little agitated or a little nervous. And so he just like scurried out of the classroom with his book bag.
Now, as a teacher, as an educator, do you have the authority to search a child's backpack or a student's backpack?
No, I do not.
And so based on what you observed with his backpack and with the questions that he asked you about the active shooter and about the bathroom, what did you do?
Initially, I went straight out the door and went to the restrooms to put up the chain because the class was in transition and that's where my restroom duty is. But as I was standing there, I wasn't standing there very long, but I heard a voice that said, "He's got a gun."
And that's just like a voice in your head,
Voice
kind of?
in my head, yeah.
And what did you do when you kind of felt that happen?
I got cold chills from the top of my hair all the way down to the toes of my feet. And I stood there for a minute, and it quickly runs through your mind. Like if you make an accusation and you tell somebody's got a gun, they're going to think you're crazy. But as I stood there for just a second, it just got louder. And so I just darted down the hallway and went straight to D. Martin's office.
Okay. And what did you do when you got to D. Martin's office?
I was going to attempt to tell her that I thought that he had a gun, but she was in there with another student. And so the door was closed. So I immediately came out. Mr. Broughton, who was our other AP, he was standing out in the atrium because we're in class transition. And I went up, told him that, I really needed to talk to somebody. And he said, "Well, have you already been talking to Dee about this?" And I said, "Yes." And about that time, somebody came on the radio and said that she was releasing that student to the media center. And he said, "Oh, well, she's done. So you go ahead and you go ahead and go in there and talk with her." And so that's what I did.
And what was that discussion, or what did you tell her?
When I went in, there was another teacher that was coming in behind me. It was Mandy Pugh and two of her students. And Dee was coming out of her office, and she thought we were together regarding another situation. And I told her no. And there was somebody in the office that was next door to hers. And so there was still a student that was in her office. And so we went into Mr. Neely's office, which is the third office. And we went straight back and we're trying to find some place private. But I told her, I said, "I don't know how I know, but I think he's got a gun."
After that, what did you do?
She asked me at that point if I knew what class he was in. And I said, "No, I don't." But when I went back to my classroom, then I looked up who the classroom teacher was, and it was Captain Greer.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's the email that I sent letting Dee know what classroom he was in.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of that email?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 33.
No objection.
All right, 33 is moved.
And we'll go ahead and publish that to the jury. And again, you indicated that this was to D. Martin. Can you tell us the time that you sent that email?
The time is at 9:52 a.m.
And can you tell us what the email said?
Colt Gray is with Miss Greer during the second period. FYI, thanks.
Your second period class, was it a planning period for you, or were you teaching a class?
It was planning period.
After that email, can you tell us what happened?
So I have other students that share the classroom. They come in, we share the classroom together. And Alex English, which is another teacher, it's his first year teaching. He was teaching audio, video technology and film. And he came in with his students. And so at some point during the class, I was just really nervous, and I just stood up and kind of addressed the whole class without asking him first. I just was very stern, and what I said was, don't ask me how I know, don't ask me any questions, but do not leave this classroom unless it's an absolute emergency. Because I just felt in every fiber of my being that something was wrong.
At some point, did you become aware that there was shooting going on in the high school?
Yes. At one point, Alex kind of came towards the door, and we kind of stepped out in the hallway, and I told him what I was suspicious of. And he was like, oh gosh, that sounds, scary or whatever. And I said, I don't know how I know, but I just felt like that something was going to happen. And so I came back in the classroom, and shortly thereafter we saw the lockdown screen, and we went into lockdown.
And eventually, were you able to hear the shooting, or did you just become aware that something had happened?
No, I actually heard the shooting. It's our protocol to go out, like to open up the classroom door to kind of look to see who's in the hallway, if there's any kids in the bathroom. And I did that, and I could hear gunshots to the left, which is down towards the counseling office.
After the shooting had ended, were y'all eventually able to leave your classroom?
Yes,
Okay. And where were y'all evacuated to?
to the football field.
And I'm going to play one more clip for you, which is the clip for when Colt was leaving your classroom. And it is from 1 hour and 39 minutes and 11 seconds to 1 hour and 40 minutes and 14 seconds. And that's again from State's Exhibit 16. And just to be clear, did you ever actually see a gun?
No.
Okay. And so you had a feeling that there was a gun, but you never saw one?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
Yes, Sean. Good afternoon, Ms. Harris. I have a few questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense, or you'd like me to clarify, please let me know, and I'll go ahead and take care of that. All right. So you were in class and you observed this backpack that Mr. Gray had, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said it looked like it was heavy.
When he got ready to leave the classroom is where it appeared to be heavy.
Based on how he was lifting it, is that what you're referring to?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And at some point after the shooting, you gave a statement to a couple officers from GBI, is that correct?
Mhm.
And you have to say yes or no for the court reporter,
Oh.
sorry. No, you're fine. Do you remember telling them that you were familiar with guns?
Yes.
And I believe you said that you thought based on the length of the object that was extending from his backpack, that kind of made you suspicious. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How was it about the poster board? How far was it extending out of the backpack?
It appeared to be about that far.
So you're holding your hands, and so I have to make a record for the court reporter, like a foot and a half more?
2.5 foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there was a hat stuffed down the tube of the poster board. Is that correct?
It appeared to be clothing, and best I recall, it looked like a sock cap.
Like a toboggan?
Yes.
So like a winter hat.
Yeah.
And of course, this was September.
Right. And I thought that was odd.
Right. And it wasn't cold that day.
No, it was not.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's it. Let me check one other thing. And you said we saw from where he was sitting in class on the video, he was sitting next to a couple other students.
Mhm.
And without telling me what anybody said specifically, your memory is that they were engaging in conversations regarding missing assignments?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have 1 second, Judge? 1 second.
Mr. Harris, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Based on cross, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. May Ms. Harris be excused?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. State cross next week.
They call Catherine Greer.
So the defenses were, I'll be in the habit of just excusing witnesses when they ask for someone that you don't want to be excused.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury.
My name is Catherine Greer.
Okay. And where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Apalachee High School.
And what do you do at Apalachee High School?
I'm a math teacher.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
This is my third year.
Your third year? Okay. I want to take your attention back to 2024, 2025 school year. What did you teach on that year?
I was teaching ninth grade Algebra 1.
Okay. What did you have first period?
First period was my planning block.
Okay. So you didn't teach a class that period?
No, sir.
Okay. And what did you teach second period?
Ninth grade, ninth grade Algebra 1.
Okay. There's a partial map of the school next to you. If you could you orient to the jury as to where your classroom was for second period? Okay. And was Colt Gray a member of that class?
He was.
Okay. And what do you remember about Colt Gray prior to September 2024?
Not too much. He started school not on the first day, maybe a week or so after. I think I had him in my room maybe 3-4 times.
Okay. I want to take your attention to August 26th of that year. Was Colt Gray in your class on that day?
I believe so.
Okay. And did something happen? Did he come to you about needing something?
Yes, he approached me in class and asked to go see a crisis counselor.
Okay. And did that seem?
Hearsay?
Your Honor, hearsay is a statement made out of court. That wasn't a statement. He was asking for something. That would be more in a present sense impression. It's also not for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't think that would be hearsay.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Judge, I think it is being admitted for the truth of the matter in regards to his mental health state at that time.
Your Honor, it's not testimonial in nature. He's not asking, or he's not testifying anything. He's not an out-court statement. He's asking to go somewhere. That is not hearsay.
You know, I believe him asking to see a counselor. on that day is non-hearsay, so I'll overrule the objection.
So he asked to see a crisis counselor. Was there anything about what he asked that stood out to you?
Just the fact that he used crisis counselor. Usually the student just says, can I go see my counselor? So that stood out.
How did he appear to you emotionally?
I don't recall how he appeared when he asked. I just knew it was different from a typical ask to go to see a counselor, so I walked him there.
Okay, so is it your normal practice to walk them to the counselor?
If they just asked to go to a counselor, not typically, but since he said crisis counselor, I didn't know what was going on, so I did want to walk him. And so class next to me has 2 teachers in
Okay.
it,
And who were they?
Miss Ryan and Coach Edwards.
Okay, so what did you do when you decided to walk him to the counselor's office?
I peeked my head over next door and just asked if one of them could watch my class so I could walk him to the counseling office.
Okay, and did they do that?
They did.
Okay, could you show, and did you walk him to the counselor's office?
I did.
Could you show on the map, we were just talking about where the counselor's office, did you walk him to?
Counselor's office is over here.
Okay.
Walk them down that hall.
Okay, thank you. Did Colt come back to your second period class that day?
He never came back to my classroom.
That day or any other day?
He didn't come back that day. And I believe the next time he was there was September 4th.
Okay. Let's go to September 4th. Approximately how many times on that day had Colt Gray been present in your classroom?
2 or 3, maybe.
Okay. Did you have any problems with him before then?
I did not.
Okay. Did he have any issues with other students that you seem to notice?
No, I never saw him interact with any student specifically.
Okay. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about him?
No, sir.
Is there another student in your class with a similar name?
Yes,
And who was that?
Colton Gray.
Colton Gray? Now, Colt Gray was a freshman that year, correct?
Correct.
What year was Colton Gray?
A senior.
Okay. And what was his personality like?
Very sweet, very respectful. He tried hard, put his best effort forward. Great kid.
Did he interact with you and other students?
He did.
Okay. I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th. About what time do second period students begin arriving in your class?
Around 9:45, or a little bit before the second period bells at 9:45, I believe.
Okay. And what are you typically doing when students are arriving at your class?
Typically, I'm standing at the door greeting them.
Okay. Did you notice Colt when he came into your class?
I do not remember him coming into the room.
Okay. Do you remember seeing his book bag when he came into the room?
No.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to see the security camera footage of your classroom from that morning?
I have.
Okay. And looking back on that security camera footage, do you realize why it was that you don't remember seeing Colt?
I did.
And why is that?
I was pulling up a presentation on my screen, so my back was turned to the door.
Okay. This security camera footage that you saw, does it accurately portray what happened on September 4th?
It does.
I'm going to show you a clip from what's already been tendered as State's Exhibit number 21. Your Honor, for the record, this is going to be from 1 minute, 15 seconds to 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And asking, it portrays Colt coming into the room. Is that you at the 4 o'clock position?
It is.
Okay. And what are you wearing? Just a color?
Green.
Okay. And where's the door in this?
Diagonal to me
Okay.
on the other side of the wall.
All right. Thank you. Play. kid that just entered the room, who was that?
It's Colin Gray.
The one with the black shirt and the tan pants?
Yes, sir.
So at this point, class changes ended.
Yes, sir.
At some point during class, does Colt ask to leave the classroom?
He does.
And what purpose does he ask to leave the classroom?
He has to go see his counselor.
Okay. At this point, do you take him, did you walk him this day?
I did not.
Okay. And did he take his stuff with him or did he leave it in the room?
He took his book bag.
Okay. And is this also shown in the security footage?
It is.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to show what's 13:22 to 14:22. It's close to 10 minutes.
This is another.
It's also from the same, from States 21, Your Honor.
And let me just clarify for a second, my last ruling. So I overruled an objection previously about hearsay on he asked to see a crisis counselor. I think him asking the question is admissible for the fact that he asked it. It's not admitted for the purpose of establishing that he was in fact having a mental health crisis. All right.
So if the last clip ended at 9:45 and this is 9:53, we're now about 8 minutes into the class. What's he doing there on the wall?
He's grabbing the pass. office pass.
So different passes have different destinations on them.
There's a restroom pass and office pass.
Okay. After he leaves at this point, does he come back inside the class?
No, no, sir.
Okay. At some point after Colt leaves, does Colton Gray also leave the class?
He goes to the restroom.
Okay. Does he do the pass thing also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he take his belongings with him or does he leave them in the classroom?
He left him in the room.
Okay. Is this also shown? Well, let me go further before we play the clip. After Colton has left the classroom, does someone come to your class?
Yes, Miss Martin,
Okay. And who is Miss Martin?
assistant principal.
Okay. Why is she coming to the class?
She came to class asking for a student.
Okay. And what student did she ask for?
I can't recall the name that she said. I must have heard Colton Gray.
Who did you think she asked for?
Colton Gray.
Okay. Had he recently left for the bathroom when she asked for him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her where he had gone?
I said he's in the bathroom.
Okay. And did you give her his belongings?
I handed his book bag to her.
Okay. Is this also shown on the security
It
footage?
is.
Your Honor, at this time I will show clip from 2342 to 2633, also from State Exhibit number 21. So now we're at 10:03. So this is about 9 minutes after Colt left. What's he doing there, Colton?
He's signing out.
Okay. So you have to get a pass and you have to write on the,
Put your name down.
is that Miss Martin coming in there?
It is.
Now, at some point, does Miss Martin return to your class?
She does.
Okay. What happens when she returns to your class?
She told me that she needed Colt Gray.
Okay. And what did you tell her?
I said he went to the counseling office.
Okay. Does she then leave at that point?
She does.
Is this also shown on the security footage?
It is.
Or this time on State Exhibit 21, I'll show clip from 3025 to 3053. So now we're at 10:11. This is what, about 5 minutes after she left the first time? Now, after she leaves there, does she, and when I say she, I mean Miss Martin, does she communicate with you any more about Colt Gray?
She does.
What does she do?
She intercomed into my room.
I'm sorry, she what?
Intercomed
Okay,
into my room.
so she got on the intercom?
Yes.
Okay.
And she asked me to check my email.
All right. And did you check your email?
I did. She was asking around what time he left the room, Colt left the room.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 34. Ask you to identify that. What is that?
This is the email that she sent me asking what time he left, and the email that I responded with saying he left around 9:50.
Okay. So you had the email to you and your reply on the same?
Correct.
Do they accurately reflect the email exchange you had with Ms. Martin?
They do.
All right, this time I tender State Exhibit number 34 in the evidence.
No objection. All right, 34.
As we publish after the jury. All right, so you're at the bottom.
I am.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms.
sorry,
Martin's
no.
at the bottom.
Miss Martin's at the bottom.
Okay, and what time did that email come in?
That came at 10:18.
Okay, and your response is above that?
Correct.
Okay, and what time did you send that response?
10:20.
And what did you say?
I said he left towards the beginning of first, probably around 9:50.
What happens then?
Class continues, and I'm up towards the front of the room when I see some movement in my door. I catch a glimpse that it's him.
Is the door open or closed?
It's closed.
Okay, how are you able to see movement? Is there like a glass or
There's a-
something?
Glass window.
Okay, and so you see movement?
Mhm.
What do you do then?
I realized that it was him, so I immediately went to my computer to send an email saying he's at my door.
Okay. I want to show you Smart State Exhibit number. Who'd you send that email to?
Miss Martin.
Okay. Show Smart State Exhibit number 35. Let's see if we recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the email that I sent to Miss Martin saying he just came back to class.
Okay. And is it an accurate reflection of the email that you sent to Ms. Martin?
It is.
Around this time, I tender State Exhibit number 35 in the evidence.
No objection. All right, 35.
Post that. So what time did you send that email?
I sent that at 10:22.
Okay. When you send that email, what happens?
I sent the email and I guess immediately, Miss Martin came back on intercom and said he's at your door. And at that point, I'm walking towards my door and I said, yes. I got to my door and I saw that it was him and that he had a gun.
Describe how he was holding the gun.
I guess just across his body.
Okay. And what type of gun was it? I mean, I don't even know what type, but just.
It was a large gun, a rifle, I guess.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I said he's got a gun. I told the kids to get in the corner. I started pressing my Centegix badge.
All right. Tell me about this Centegix bag you're referring to.
All the teachers have a badge that, sorry.
That's fine. Take your time.
If you press it 3 times, admin and an officer and the nurse are coming. If you press it up to a certain amount of times, it shuts alerts to the police department and school and sets off an alarm in school.
How many times do you think you pushed it?
Good amount. Couldn't tell you how many specifically.
Okay. When you push the button, what happens then?
All kids come to the corner. And there was a kid that was in front of the door that decided to drop where he was, so I crawled over and grabbed his hands. I reached up and flicked off the light, and I went back over to the kids in the corner.
Did he ever come into your room?
He did not.
Could you hear the gun being fired?
I could.
Okay. How many shots do you think you heard?
There's 2 sets. It just sounded maybe 5 or 6.
Could you tell where they were coming from?
As in,
Where in the school they were coming from?
my hall, J Hall.
Is this what you're describing reflected in the security footage?
It is.
All right, this time I play stakes 21 from 37:53 to 41:45.
Is this part of what we discussed at the motions hearings on Friday?
No, Your Honor. Is this when you're emailing with Miss Martin?
Yes.
Is that him in the door there?
It is.
Is this you sending the email?
Yes.
Is that you pushing the button there?
It is.
Is this what y'all are trained to do during the shooter drill?
Yes, sir.
Did a student from your class call 911?
They did.
Okay. And who was that girl's name?
Jaylene,
Okay. Have you heard that 911 call?
I have.
And is that Jaylene's voice on the call?
It is.
All right, this time I'll tender state exhibit number 36. Okay.
No objection, Judge. All right, 36 is in the.
Your Honor, that this 36 is the business certification record, and 36, the call itself is on the hard drive. We're going to play a clip that is 5 minutes and 42 seconds long. 5 minutes 42 seconds long.
Gary County 911, what's the address to your emergency? Apalachee High School, please. What do we do? Please, he's sitting, okay? He's my house on the door. He's shooting. Oh my God. You hear where they're coming from? What did you say? Where are you? Where are you in the school? We're at Apalachee High School. Okay, where in the school are you? Listen, what's your name? Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? We're getting lots of help on the way, but I want you staying on the phone with me. Where in the school are you? I'm in K-Hole in the back. K-Hole in the back. Is anybody in your room shot? Everybody okay? Stay on the phone with me. If you have to put the phone down, put it down, but I want you on the phone with me. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. It's okay. Okay, do you know what classroom number you're in? Classroom? What classroom number? It's clear. I don't know the numbers. Do you know where the shooter is? I don't know if he was in Prosecutors shooting or the number. Who is the shooter? His name is Cole. I don't know his last name. Spell your name for me. J-A-R-Y-N. Okay, listen. I'm gonna stay on the phone with you, okay? I'm staying on the phone with you and take a big deep breath with me. Okay, Jalen, my name is Terry, okay? I'm gonna stay with you. Okay, I got you. Okay, how many people are in your room, Jalen? How many people are in the room? How many students are in the room? At least like 130. Okay, what's your last name, Jalen? Elira. Spell it for me. Elira. Okay, all right, I'm gonna stay on the phone with you, okay? Yes, ma'am. Do you hear anything? No, I don't know where he was. I don't know where he is. Okay, is your door locked? I think so. Okay. All right. Take a big deep breath for me. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, okay? Okay. You're doing great. You're doing a great job. I want you to let me know if you hear anything. Okay? All right. Is your door locked? Is there anything in front of your door? No, it's all the best. No, there's nothing. Okay. Do you know what, you don't know what classroom you're in, like what classroom number? Check it is room 2.151. 2.151. Okay, is your teacher in there with you? Greer. Miss Greer, okay, where is she at right now? Is everybody hiding? Yes. Okay. I got a whole lot of people coming and I got a whole lot of people there, but I'm staying on the phone with you, okay? I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm gonna be right here with you. Okay. You're doing a great job. I want you to let me know if you hear anything at all. Okay. Do you know what cult looks like? It was like dyed blonde hair. Dyed blonde hair? Practice. Punishment. Did you see the gun or did you just hear their shots? I know a couple people and I heard the shots. You heard the shots? Yes. How many shots did you hear? More than 10? Okay. Right. Take a big deep breath. Big deep breath. I know you are very scared, but you're doing great. Alright, you're doing great. You're doing a really good job. How old are you? 14. You're 14? Okay.
How long did y'all stay in the room before the police arrived?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes, I'm not sure.
What happened after the police arrived?
Our door was unlocked by an SRO that came in. He asked us if there was anyone in the room that wasn't supposed to be there. I answered no. He closed the door, said he would be back. Came back to the room and told us to stand up and walk outside with our hands up.
And did you do that?
We did.
Where did y'all go?
We walked out of J Hall up the hill, I guess to like just a lawn area.
Mhm.
And then I guess once more classes started to come out, we walked towards the stadium.
Okay. Did y'all go to the football field?
We went to the football field.
What was the scene like on the football field?
I just started helping make sure kids got into the bleachers, and then it became chaos pretty quickly with lots of families coming looking for their kids.
How long were y'all out on the field?
Hours.
At some point, were you interviewed by law enforcement?
I was.
They asked you about the same type of questions I asked you.
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them about the same type way?
Yes, sir.
Just a second, please. I have no further questions. They may have some for you.
Cross.
Yes, John. Good afternoon, Ms. Greer. I just have a few questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense, please let me know and I'll rephrase it for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it looked like from the video we watched that Colin Gray was sitting at a table or a group of tables where there were several other students.
Correct.
Kind of like, is it like a station?
Just,
What do you guys describe it as?
just groups, how I had my class desk.
Okay. So is it fair to say there were about 4 desks that were pushed up against each other and there were 4 kids sitting at that station?
Correct.
And Colin Gray was one of them.
Mhm.
Then it appears that Colin Gray was one of the other students that was there as well.
Correct.
Okay. And going back to the day you mentioned in August, you said you walked Mr. Gray to the counselor.
I did.
In that type of situation, is that the policy for you to walk him to the counselor? Or is that what you're told to do?
We're trained that if a student appears suicidal or they're speaking in that manner, that we should walk them. So not necessarily if they say crisis counselor,
Okay.
but I just felt like he said crisis counselor and I didn't want to walk alone.
So he said crisis counselor. He didn't mention suicide or
No,
anything
no.
like that. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Any rewrite? No, Your Honor, I should be excused. All right. Thank you, ma'am. State call center, please.
State calls Jason Wilkerson. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Wilkerson. I'm a lieutenant with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
And what are you the lieutenant over?
Persons Crimes Unit, the ICAC Task Force, our Digital Forensics Lab, and K9.
How long have you been employed by the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
About 18 years.
And were you in that role as lieutenant over persons crimes in September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th of 2024. Did you receive any notification that there was an active shooter at Apalachee High School?
Yeah, I had turned my radio down. I was going to make a phone call, and Lieutenant Roberts come running in the hall saying there was an active shooter at Apalachee.
And when you say Lieutenant Roberts came running down the hall, were you at the?
I was at the sheriff's office, yes, ma'am, our main office.
Okay. And is she the lieutenant over property crimes?
Property crimes, yes, ma'am.
When she came running down the hall telling you that there was an active shooter, what did y'all do?
We ran outside, got in our cars, and drove down there and got there as quick as we could.
About how far away are y'all from Apalachee?
I don't know how many miles. I mean, we were in excess of 100 most of the way. It took about 4 or 5 minutes to get there.
Around what time did you arrive?
Right around 10:30, I believe.
What did you do when you arrived?
I got there, got out of the car, threw on my vest, and we went inside and started searching.
When you got there, who was already in the building?
The SROs, there's a few of them in there. There's a few that went in ahead of me. Who all was in there exactly, I don't know. It was just go inside and try to stop the threat.
When you went in, did you know that the shooter had been captured or if there were other shooters?
Didn't know that, and we thought there could have been a second shooter. So with our training, if you don't hear gunshots, you start searching. So as I came across classrooms that were unlocked, I'd go in by myself and make sure no one was in there. So
when you were searching, did you come across any injured individuals?
yeah, so on the back hall, J hall, there's a student got my attention, and that was Miss Irma's classroom. So I go in there to see what was going on. There was a female laying in the floor. There's a lot of blood. The student that helped her, he had done a really good job. He had held pressure. Her bleeding had stopped, and I knelt down to try to help her out, and her skin was pretty pale. It just kept getting paler. Her lips kept getting bluer, and she just said, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And, I'm not, I mean, it's outside the scope of my medical training. It just, her symptoms to me didn't make sense for what I've been trained in. And all I could really do, I had a tourniquet on me, but where her injury was at, you can't put a tourniquet there. The bleeding stopped. I mean, it was, but she said she couldn't breathe. That just didn't make any sense. I didn't know what to do. And I just kept yelling for medics. And a few minutes later, some medics came in, and I got out of their way and left the room and went back out in the hallway and tried to help out where I could.
So with Miss Irma, you did everything you knew how to do and waited until EMS arrived?
Yeah. I mean, like I say, she was talking, so her airway wasn't obstructed. she was breathing. It was late. She had difficult breathing, said she couldn't breathe, but just for her symptoms, it was outside the scope of my training. I didn't know how to help her.
When EMS arrived and you kind of got out of their way so they could help her, did you become aware that she died that day?
No, I had thought they left with her. I thought she made it. I didn't know they put her in the room across the hall. Later, I did the walkthrough with the GBI crime scene, and we found this woman in this room. It was the break room. There's no bullet holes in her door. It didn't make any sense. Like, why is she in here? And I was under the impression Miss Irma had been transported. So I just couldn't put two and two together. And later, I did help place her in a body bag, and I did help the coroner remove her from the scene. And then at night, couldn't stop thinking about it. And next morning, I called the fire chief, and that's when I found out that was actually Miss Irma.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 41. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's Christine Irma.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce in evidence State Exhibit 41, which is a school picture of Anna Christina Irmi.
No objection.
All right, 41's moved.
Now you display it for the jury. And you indicated that as Miss Irmi?
Yeah.
And was she one of the deceased at Apalachee that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So you indicated that you then, I guess, started clearing the school more. Can you tell the jury what you did after you left Miss Irmi's room?
Went down the hallway. There was a Hispanic juvenile female that had a gunshot wound to the shoulder. The injury was too high for a tourniquet, so another investigator held pressure and walked her out to the medics. Once the wounded was evacuated, we started evacuating some students. At this point in time, the suspect was still in custody. He was still laying on the floor in handcuffs. So I moved him to an empty classroom. I told the deputy to keep an eye on him, and I needed him interviewed. So I ran to go find investigator Jason Smith, found him in the cafeteria. And I said, hey, we got one in custody. I need you to interview him. And we go running back, and I put those two in a room together, and that's where investigator Smith conducted his interview.
Did you eventually find out where Colt lived?
Well, at the time, the deceased male in the floor of the hallway, I don't know if y'all have introduced everybody yet, but at the time it was unknown. Someone mentioned he was with the shooter and opened the door and asked the suspect if he was with him. He said no.
Judge, we're going to object any hearsay.
We'll move on, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
So I did ask the suspect where his address was, and then called over the radio to the media center to have deputies go to that address and secure it for a search warrant.
And as lieutenant over persons, were you in control of the investigation at that point?
Yeah, I supervised the Bexar County Sheriff's side of it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who did you assign as the lead investigator from the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
Jason Smith.
And did y'all call in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for help as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they were a big part of it.
Nothing further. He may have some questions for you though.
Okay.
Ross?
No questions, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Jurors, I'm looking at you. Are you okay? You need a restroom break? All right, state policy.
They call it Jeff Smith. Swear the testimony you give matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God, yes.
You can have a seat. And if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Sheriff Judge Smith,
And are you the sheriff of Barrett County, Georgia?
I am.
How long have you been the sheriff of Barrett County, Georgia?
I got elected in 2009.
And before that, what did you do?
I was a police officer at the Winder Police Department.
And how long have you been post-certified police officer?
25 years now.
I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th, 2024. Where were you that morning?
I was at the my headquarters at 233 East Broad Street, where the sheriff's office and admin building's at. Yes.
Had y'all had something that morning with the Strategics system?
We did. So Strategics was implemented through the school system and through our public safety partners, the sheriff's office, the police department, and the fire department. A few months prior to that, and that morning at 7:30, we officially tested Strategics for its rollout, if you will, at 7:30 a.m. that morning.
Okay. What school was it tested from?
Bethlehem Elementary. Principal Mindy Reed is the one that tested it.
Okay. Did it go off okay?
It did.
Okay. I want to take your attention to around 10 o'clock. What were you doing?
I was in my office at East Broad Street. I was checking emails, normal stuff that I do in the morning times. At the time, there was a GBI agent, not in our region, that was there checking the files of a former employee of ours. And we were having a conversation, and they were trying to hire this former employee. And I jokingly told her, "You're wasting your time. I would clone this young lady if she would come back." We were talking and conversating back and forth, but just that was normal for me to be in and out of the office.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
I'm sitting at my desk. My cell phone is sitting beside me as where I have it plugged up at. And the first Strategics alert went off at around 10:15, around that time. Then a second one, then a third one, then a fourth one. My first instinct was that it was malfunctioning. Didn't know what was going on. Didn't realize what the situation was. And I said to myself, something must be going off with it. Then I started realizing it was Apalachee High School. It does give us an alert and location.
When y'all do the trainings, is it normally just one person pushes the button to start it?
Normally.
Y'all weren't ready for 20 people to push the button.
That's correct.
Okay. So you found out it's at Apalachee High School. What'd you do at that point?
I kind of thought it was odd to have that many at one time, that early. One of my majors, Major Todd Drews, whose office is right beside me, come running to my office and says, "There's an active shooter at Apalachee." And I said, "There's no way." So I remember the GBI agent standing right there beside me, and I ran outside, put my vest on in the truck, and I don't really recall driving from 233 to Heyman Morris, where Apalachee was at.
How far away is it?
I'd say 3 or 4 miles. My phone was ringing. I do remember turning down Heyman Morris Road, and there was a line of blue lights and red lights from as far as I could see. And when I turned in, Apalachee has a circle drive, and I remember going to the left. I don't recall ever hearing on the radio where the location was at.
Pull up the school map. Could you pull up states 3.1, which has already been tendered in the evidence, Ron? Is that a map of the school?
Yes, it is.
Now, where you were, just talk about what you're talking about.
Okay, so where the Apalachee High School Bear County logo is, I pulled here.
I think you can touch the screen and it makes that like that.
Okay.
Players and stuff.
So I
It
don't
worked.
know if you're able to see me right here. I pulled right here behind a fire truck. And as I pulled up,
Actually, the touching's not working for some reason.
sorry,
It's fine. There's should be someone stole it.
Try it now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you can use that. Thank you.
as I turned into the school, I parked right here. And there was a fire truck here. And at that point, there were several people pulling up. By the grace of God, when I pulled in there, I run across Tanner Good, who was the former SRO at that school. And I said, Tanner, where are we going? And he said, Jayhawk. Tanner had gotten his patrol rifle out. So he and I intercepted in the middle where the flagpole was at. And we started running that direction. And at that point, I couldn't hear anything. I don't remember or recall hearing anything of that, what the circumstances were. At that point in time, I intercepted Sergeant Schultz, and we had implemented what's called an RTF group, where our fire and EMS. Two of the firemen jumped off the fire truck, which was Jeremy Thayer, who's our captain at the time. He is still with the fire department, and Sergeant Mixon. They got their helmets on, their vests on, and grabbed their bags, and they started going in the building with us. As we entered the building, we run down this side here, and Jay Hall is here. That's where we entered. I remember specifically giving them orders because we didn't know if they start shooting out.
Who were you giving orders to?
To the deputies and the EMTs who were unarmed.
They were with you?
They were with me on our hip.
Okay.
I said, if they begin shooting out from inside the building out, do not shoot back in.
Okay.
That's how we're trained.
Do you know how many shooters are in the school?
We did not know at the time.
Okay. So what did you do at that point?
We entered the door, and when I entered the door, I observed who was later to be Colin Gray, handcuffed on the floor, and beside him was a rifle with several magazines laying beside him.
What else did you see?
Just beyond him was a person laying face down that I could tell was not moving. And obviously had injuries to that person. Battalion Chief Thayer and Sergeant Mixon went to them first. We were together. That person was later identified as Mason Skirmahorn.
I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 42. Actually, you identify what that is.
That is a picture of Mason Skirmahorn in the parking lot.
On September 4th, 2024, was Mason Skirmahorn under the age of 18?
Yes, he was.
All right, this time I'd like to post State Exhibit number 42.
No objection. 42.
So the medics tell you that Mason has passed away at that
That's
point?
correct.
Okay, what
That's
do you do at this point?
So myself and several others that were in the room or in the hallway, Tanner Good, Sergeant Schultz, Lieutenant Wilkerson, several others were starting to intercept that area. I heard someone say, Deputy King and Sergeant Boyd had already taken Colt into custody. I heard someone say there may be a secondary shooter. We weren't sure at the time. So we began clearing that particular area of J Hall, K Hall, I Hall, and those that intercepted that hallway.
We have a map here, so you can show on that, probably easier. It's kind of zoomed in, supportive of the map you were looking at already. And when you say clearing, what's your objective?
Our objective is to stop the killing and render aid, whatever that may be. Our job is to go in and intercept whoever's doing the damage and whoever's doing the killing at this point. That's our job at that point. So myself and several others were clearing the bathrooms to try to find out if other people were in the building.
All right. Show us about where you're talking about.
J Hall here. The bathroom is where we first started. Workroom and bathroom area right here. This is J. Right here. This is where we went and started clearing, and we started clearing each hallway as best we could. Then we started fanning out, and what we use is what's called a bubble technique, where the bubble expands like a balloon.
Okay, so instead of everybody just running down one hall, you're all
we're fanning out. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any difficulties getting into the rooms?
Yes. Our teachers and our students and staff are trained that all the doors should be locked or closed and no access to those rooms.
Okay.
So it's very difficult. And at that time, during the chaos of what's going on, the teachers are trained, do not let us get in the room, even though they're asked to.
What did y'all do to overcome that?
We have keys that are able to let us in the doors after we are able to clear the building later on. So in essence, the teachers and the kids are left to their own defense till we can go to the next room and clear it and make sure that room is safe. That's the difficult part.
Once you've cleared for safety purposes, what's your next objective?
Our next objective is to secure what we have, secure the scene, and secure what we have at this point in time, and render aid in this case. And that's what we did. We started rendering aid with our RTFs.
Okay. What specifically did you do in the rendering aid part?
Obviously, there were numerous people there. I began checking the area, and I came across one of the victims in the hallway. She was laying on the floor. Myself and Captain Rob Curott with the Winder Police Department at the time began rendering aid to her.
You know what her name was?
I'm drawing a blank.
Tell me about her injuries. Did you see them?
Yes, and I'll think of it in a minute. I'm so sorry. She had extensive injuries to her. She was bleeding in a lot of different locations that I could see. She began talking to us, and I said, let's calm down for just a little bit. And Captain Curott and I were talking to her. And what we have in our RTF bags are what's called a drag bag. And in that drag bag, it's able for us to put a patient on that and take them out a whole lot easier and pull them out of a situation that's like this. We rolled her over, and I noticed that she had extensive injuries to her forearm and wrist. Devastating injuries. I remember later on, I had a lot of blood on me from her injuries. I was trying to calm her down, and we got her on the bag, and we started taking her out of the school, out of J Hall where we entered, myself, Captain Curott.
Before you took her out and you're putting her on that drag bag, did she make any statements to you?
She said, do not cover me with that sheet. Don't cover my face. Please don't let me die. And I said, we're not going to let that happen. And I remember asking her name, and she said, Natalie. It's a beautiful girl. And she said, please don't cover me. I said, we're not.
Did you do any sort of medical type procedure with her?
We did. So as we exited the building, Lieutenant Chad Norris had lined up about 4 or 5 ambulances right outside the door. And as we got her outside, I'm trying to calm her down. She's obviously very distraught. She's losing a lot of blood. I yelled for a tourniquet, and I didn't have one on me. And as we were lining up behind one of the ambulances, I yelled for a tourniquet, and Colonel Ham grabbed a tourniquet from one of the ambulances, and it was pink. I'll never forget it being pink. And I leaned down and I said, Natalie, this is not going to feel good. She said, what do you mean? I said, we have to put a tourniquet on you. You're bleeding pretty bad. And as I put the tourniquet up her arm, and Captain Curot did, I said, we got to go higher. And we got it up to her shoulder. And I said, this is not going to feel good, baby girl. And I grabbed her hair off of her face, and I said, just hold on for just a second. He tourniqueted it down, and she screamed extremely loud. And I said, it's going to hurt, but we have to do this. We got that tourniqueted on, and at that point, she calmed down a little bit. I told her she's going to be okay. I said, the next time I see you, we're going to talk. We loaded her in the back of an ambulance with another patient. Then I ran back in the building.
When you were taking Natalie out, was Colin Gray still in the hallway?
He was.
And did Natalie see him?
She did.
Did she make any statements to him?
She cursed him and called him some curse words pretty loudly.
So Natalie is left in the ambulance. You go back inside. What do you see then?
I began assessing the situation as best I could to try to locate. We had many RTF teams in there at that point, rendering aid to people. I walked just beyond the bathroom, and there was a copy room, if you will. And there was a victim that ended up being Miss Irmy in that room that was deceased. I walked down to the left, down, I believe it was K Hall or I Hall. Don't recall which hall it was, but I walked down and I located Coach A.
By Coach A, who do you mean?
Coach Aspinwall, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Coach Aspinwall, we called him Coach A. Leaned down to try to find a pulse because I didn't know if RTF had found him, and he did not have a pulse. I then walked back down the hall. They were rendering aid to Coach Phoenix in an ambulance at that point. They had gotten him out. He was at the classroom beside where Coach Aspinwall was at. I went back down the hall and located the room where Colt had initially shot Natalie and the rest of the victims, and where Christian was laying. And Christian was deceased as well.
Was Christian also on September 4th, 2024 under the age of 18?
Yes, he was.
Okay. What did y'all do at that point?
We made the decision to try to evacuate the building as best as possible to get the remaining students and the teachers out of the classrooms as best we could. was a very difficult decision. Probably one of the decisions that I regret is walking the kids and the students and the staff through that hallway. But I wanted to get them out of the building as quickly as I could and not have them in those classrooms where we had them locked in until we could get it cleared.
What was your regret about it?
We had to walk the kids to the crime scene. A lot of kids had to see things that I don't think children of that age should see. Teachers did not need to see that. But we had to get them out. I wanted to get them out of that building as quickly as possible.
And where did y'all take them?
We escorted them out of the building to the football field where we did the unification with the parents and the staff as best we could.
When did parents start arriving?
Almost immediately.
Were there parents there when you arrived?
There might have been one or two there that had gotten there because the phones start going off pretty quickly. Parents start getting notifications that the school's locked down. When I exited J Hall after all that was done, I walked back out to the area where we had the EOC, which was where I parked at the flagpole. At the time, Chief Schumann was the fire chief. I saw him walking towards me and I just stopped. I was overwhelmed at what I saw, at the people and the parents and the cars and the emergency response. Just completely overwhelming. He said, "Stop, don't walk anymore. Let me walk to you." And he hugged me and said, "Are you okay?" And he noticed I had a lot of blood on me. And I said, "I'm fine." But we talked, and that's when I noticed that thousands of parents and people were showing up at one time, and we were trying to decide how we were going to manage through the school system, getting parents and kids and loved ones together.
Okay. Tell me about the law enforcement response.
It was quite overwhelming. There was over 140, 150 law enforcement officers that responded, agencies from all across North Georgia, federal agencies that showed up, state agencies that showed up. And that's just well over 150 just in the first hour.
Did you request assistance from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on this case?
I did. I felt that I could get, they could assist us in what we were going to deal with as far as the size of the crime scene and the timing. And so I called Director Hosey, the director of the GBI, and I asked him to show up. And he said, "I'll be there within the hour." And he provided unlimited resources.
Okay. Was at some point after you finished doing what you're doing, did you retreat to, I guess what's best called a command center? Where was that located at?
We decided to put the command center in the library, in the center of the school. We had a lot of Wi-Fi there, and we could separate everyone out with patrol or law enforcement, EMS, fire, and we could have GEMA, EMA directors and folks like that. So we made that decision to have it inside the school instead of outside the school.
Okay. While you were in this command center, did you start getting tips or calls about possible other shooters?
We did. My phone was obviously going berserk. We began getting calls that there were other shooters at other schools. As we said, we thought there was a secondary shooter in the school. I happened to pick up my phone and it was my daughter, who was at the other high school, Winderberry. And she said, "Daddy, are we okay?" I said, "Your SROs are there with you and you're okay." And she said, "Daddy, we're locked down and they're telling us there's another shooter here." You know, as a dad, you're supposed to protect your children. And I couldn't do anything. But I told her that the deputies were there. I turned over and I said to the Georgia State Patrol major, and I said, do me a favor and send some troopers over to the high schools. And they did. And they secured that for us as well. And I had multiple agencies coming up, and I said, let's dispatch to other schools because we're getting these other calls. So by the grace of God, those 150 law enforcement officers were able to be dispatched to other schools and ensure safety for those kids and those staff members and those parents when they got their kids.
And were some of those officers dispatched also Bear County Sheriff's Office employees?
They were.
And then Brandon Bazinet and I'm drawing a blank on his first name, Deputy Townsend, did they work for you at the time?
They did.
At some point, did y'all become aware of a home address for Colt Gray?
We did. After doing some research, we did.
And did you send deputies to secure that location?
As immediately as we could, yes.
Okay. At some point, when you're unifying with the parents with the children, did you have a task to do at that point?
So we knew that we had 4 people brutally murdered. And I had to sit down and doing this 25 years, probably the most difficult thing I've ever had to do is tell 2 sets of families that their babies were murdered.
Did you do that personally?
I did. We set up an area with their families, and I met with Christian's family first. I recruited a couple of school personnel because there was a language barrier between myself and Christian's family. And I had to tell them that Christian's life was taken. And all I could do is sit there with him and pray with him and tell him I'm sorry. And then I had to meet with Mason's family and tell them the same thing. And then I had to meet with Miss Ermey's husband and tell him that his wife was murdered. I wasn't able to meet with Coach Aspinwall's wife. She was not on site. That was done off site. I later talked to her and talked to some family members.
The residence that you sent those deputies to secure, was that in Barrow County?
It was, yes.
Just a second, please. No further questions. Thank you.
Any cross?
No process.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's go ahead and take a 10 to 15 minute rest. We'll discuss the case. In recess. Ready? Yes, Your Honor. All right, bring the jury back in, girls.
We're good. They're coming out.
Everyone be seated. State calls Mr. Woods.
State calls Daniel Catapano. All right, I'll have you go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, now if you can start by introducing yourself, I'm going to have you spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Daniel Catapano, Catapano.
And where are you currently employed?
The Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been at Barrow County?
This will be my 7th year.
Okay. And what's your role there?
I'm a patrol deputy and a field training officer.
What shift do you typically work there?
The D shift, which is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And were you working for the Barrow County Sheriff's Office on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you on that morning respond to Apalachee High School in response to an active shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about what your role was in the investigation once you arrived at the school.
So we got there fast as we could, obviously. Upon arrival, ran to the school, started clearing rooms and rendering aid when we could.
Okay. And what area of the school were you working on when you were there?
I went everywhere in the school.
Okay.
Just kind of ran around.
All right. Chaotic scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to kind of shift you to sort of a different front. After the dust had settled and you kind of found out about the victims in this case, did you realize that you were personally acquainted with one of the victims?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us who that was.
Ricky Aspinwall.
And tell us about how you knew. Is that Richard Aspinwall?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about how you knew him.
He was my football coach, my track and field coach throughout high school at Mountain View High School in Gwinnett County.
And what year did you graduate there?
2016.
And is that where he worked before he worked at Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the capacity as a teacher and a coach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you pretty much know him throughout your high school career?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40, and this is previously been shown to the defense attorney. Can you identify the individual in that picture?
Yes, ma'am. Richard Aspinwall.
And Judge, at this time, we would ask to tender State's Exhibit 40 and publish it to the jury.
No, good. All right, 40's.
And is the individual in that picture Richard Aspinwall, who you knew as Ricky Aspinwall?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Sir.
Just got a couple of questions for you. I understand you are in charge of keeping the logbook.
Crime scene log,
I'm sorry,
the crime scene log.
crime scene log. And tell us what you do to keep a crime scene log. What are you looking for?
So you, basically it's a form that shows who came in and out of the scene, the time, the date, the time of the date they left the scene.
Okay. So you kept all of the times that people came and left.
Yes.
Did you do any collection of any of the evidence at all?
No, sir.
Okay. So that was done by someone else.
Correct.
And I think you indicated that you initially got the call from someone else.
Correct.
Do you recall the time that you got that call?
I do not.
When you arrived, I think in the report you indicated you may have been the third or fourth car there.
Yes, sir.
So when you entered into the school, did you see Mr. Gray at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect me some cross?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
State calls Cassandra Ryan. Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name's Cassandra Ryan, but I go by Cassie.
Okay. And Ms. Ryan, what do you do?
I'm a teacher at Apalachee High School.
Okay. And how long have you been a teacher at Apalachee High School?
This is my 4th year there.
Were you a teacher there in September of 2024?
Yes.
Now I want to take your attention specifically to that year. What did you have like a specific assignment of what you're supposed to do before school starts?
Yes, I had, we call it front loop duty, but basically we're just waving the students in the morning during their drop off.
Okay. And is that the bus entrance or the car rider entrance?
Car rider.
Okay. And then at first period, what do you do? Do you have a job then?
That was my first period planning, and I had a teacher that pushed into my classroom. So I just planned while he taught his class.
Okay. There's a map next to you. It's a kind of a partial map. Could you show the jury where, there should be like a little pointer.
This is, okay.
That's official. If you could show them what classroom you were in for first period. Okay. Is that the classroom you stayed in throughout the day?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not teaching this first period class?
I'm not.
Who is teaching that class?
Mr. I can't remember.
That's
his
okay.
name.
That's okay. So first period, you're not teaching.
No.
Okay. What about second period?
Yes.
Okay. What course are you teaching?
Algebra 1.
Okay. And is it in that same classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another teacher in the room with you for second period?
Yes, Coach Edwards.
Okay. And why is Coach Edwards also in the class with you for that class?
It's a co-taught classroom. So there's one teacher in there that is the math certified teacher. That would be me. And then there is a special education certified teacher in the classroom because the roster has a significant amount of students that have specific learning disabilities that can range.
Okay. So Mr. Edwards would help those students out while you're teaching the entire class?
Yeah, he's in there to support them through the learning, mainly during like independent work.
Okay, thank you. So you showed the class that you have. Who's in the class next to you?
To the left or right?
As you're facing out of your door to your left.
Miss Greer.
Okay. And do you know Miss Greer?
I do.
Okay. How do you know her?
We started teaching together and we became friends as well.
Okay. Now, I want to take your attention to September 4th of that day. What were you doing when students came into your classroom?
I was standing at the front of the door because we had a new seating arrangement. We do that when we change units, and so we were going into Unit 2. So we change up the seating arrangements for the students.
So the kids have assigned seating?
They do.
Okay. And on that particular morning, you had changed the assigned seating?
Correct.
Okay. And how do you record this?
I made like a chart in Canva of the layout of my classroom, and all of my desks were numbered. And then I use the roster of my students and I list the seat number on that roster of each student.
Okay. I'm going to show you a Smart State Exhibit number 67. Ask you to recognize what this is.
That's the roster that I used for various things, but there was the seating numbers on this as well.
Okay. So are you using that to check when they come in and also telling them where to sit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Again, does that accurately reflect the seating chart you had that day?
Yes.
This time on Tender State Exhibit number 67 in evidence.
No objection. 67 submitted.
I'm going to show you Mark State Exhibit number 37. Published 67. So the numbers on the left are the seating numbers, or the ones on the right?
The numbers on the right.
That would be correspond to a seat in your.
Yes.
Okay. Show you Mark State Exhibit number 37. Ask you to recognize what that is.
This is a roster of my classroom.
Okay. And were those the kids that were present in your classroom that day? September 4th, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And were all of those students on that day under the age of 18?
Yes.
Was Stephen Edwards also in your room on September 4th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, Tender State Exhibit number 37 into evidence this time.
No objection. 37 submitted.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State Exhibit number 38. What that is.
This is the seating chart layout that I created of my classroom.
Okay. Has names been added to the numbers?
Correct. Yes.
And are those names added to the numbers accurate as to where the children were assigned to be seated that day?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I tender State Exhibit number 38 into evidence.
No objection.
So as we're looking at 38 on the screen, if you could identify first where the front door is.
Like the point.
Yeah, that you can use the pointer
Is that
behind
okay?
you.
Oh, okay.
We used to have it where you could touch the screen, but that seems more difficult. So the pointer would probably be better.
This is the door
Okay. And where would you generally be teaching from?
up here.
Okay. And where would Mr. Edwards be?
He wandered around the room, but this was his desk here.
Okay. Is the other desk your desk?
Yeah, like this is my desk, or that was my desk. This was his desk.
Okay. And he just wandered to whichever child needed his help at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Just kind of observed.
Did you, when the kids came into the classroom after you've assigned them their seat, do you do anything else with them as they're coming in?
We do a warm up, and so that is on the board for them to get their materials out to get started on the warm up while everyone's coming in.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all start class?
Yeah.
Okay. And what class again do you teach?
Algebra 1.
Algebra 1. Okay. How about was the class going that day? What's the structure of the class?
So we begin with a warm up, and then we kind of structure into the beginning part of our lesson. And I set timers on the board for students to be able to know like how much time they have for each specific part of our lesson. And then we would do about a 30-minute lesson and then go into like an independent practice time.
What's independent practice time?
Where they work on problems on their own. But this particular day, it was structured slightly different. So they had like 10-minute intervals where we were working through kind of difficult problems. The beginning of a unit is always typically the hardest because it's the first time they're seeing the material. And so the goal was to work through like chunking pieces of the material.
And when they're doing this individually?
No, they're able, so the reason why the groups are together is they're able to work with the people around them.
Okay. What are you doing while they're working on these things?
Typically when they're independently working, I'm circling the room just to kind of see where they're at, maintain behaviors, making sure they're staying on task, and helping any students that need help.
And is Mr. Edwards doing basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about restroom breaks.
Okay.
How does that work?
So you can see next to the door, there's a thing that says sign out.
Okay. In the bottom left corner?
Yes. That is where there was a chart where the students sign in and out to go to the restroom. But after the warm up, students are able to ask to go. And typically Mr. Edwards would be the one, addressing who was going to the restroom, and they knew what order they were in. So once that person came back.
I was about to say, is there only one at a time out of the class?
Correct. And so they have to sign their name, where they were going, and the time that they left. And there was a pass that they would take when they left the room.
Okay. Is there any sort of procedure about what to do with the door?
When they left the room, typically the goal is to have them shut the door. So at Apalachee, we have a shut door policy. So, and a lock door. So when we open our doors in the morning, we're careful not to twist it to where it's able to be like opened from the outside.
Okay. So when they came back, how would they get back in?
Someone would have to let them back into the room.
Okay. Now, at some point during that morning class at September 4th, did something happen that was out of the ordinary?
Yes.
Tell me what you first noticed.
At 10:30ish.
Sure.
Okay. So I had just started, one of the timers had gone off. I don't quite remember where we were in the lesson. But I remember like hearing a loud like hit or something, and looking over. And
Looking over where?
Toward the door.
Is that where the sound came from?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see?
I don't recall exactly what I saw, but I knew that I saw something that made me jump to the floor.
So it was something disturbing.
What?
Was it something disturbing that you saw?
Yes.
Was it a person that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. What about this person was disturbing to you?
He was holding a weapon.
Okay. Do you remember what this person looked like?
I don't.
I'm sure you're not a gun aficionado. Maybe you are, but can you describe the weapon you're referring to?
It just was a long gun. The only thing I remember about the person is that he had like unnatural bleached hair.
Okay.
But that's all I could see.
Had you ever seen this person before?
No.
Okay. When you hit the floor, first off, on the thing about where were you on that chart?
I was at the board in between this first L.
So kind of in the middle of that L.
I was speaking to Tyler at seat 21.
And did you dive somewhere, or did you just drop to the floor where you were?
I dropped to the floor where I was, and I remember being faced towards the door and coming up in front of a bunch of book bags.
And what happened at that point?
So at that point, there was gunfire that started happening. And and I could feel like debris and bullets going over my head
What was happening inside the room?
inside the room.
What were the other students doing?
The students began to duck down. A lot of desks were moving around. And it was hard to hear because once the gunshots started happening, it kind of messed my hearing to where it just, all you heard was like ringing for a little bit.
How many gunshots do you think you heard?
A lot.
Okay. And was it like a few and then a break and then a few and then a break, or was it?
No, it was like a rapid, the whole thing.
Were you able to see anything in reference to the shooter during this time?
No.
How long did the shooting last?
Seconds. It didn't feel like seconds, but it was seconds.
Okay. When you look up, was the shooter still in the room?
No.
Do you know how far he came into the room?
I think he just stepped 1 foot in.
Once he left, was the door open or shut?
Once he left, I remember starting to get up and I saw the door closing and Ronaldo was throwing chairs toward the door.
Okay. Tell me about what happened at that point. What's going on inside the room?
So I remember seeing Ronaldo throw the chairs and then dart to the corner of the room. When I stood up, I was starting to walk toward the door, and then I heard Natalie say, "Mr. Hine, I've been shot." And when I looked at her and I looked down, I could see the pool of blood, and I could see her wound.
Was that Natalie Griffith?
Yes,
Okay. What wound did you see? Where was it?
it was on her wrist, up right above her wrist. I could see the bone exposed.
How was she? Was she conscious?
She was, yeah.
Okay. And was she saying anything or doing anything?
She just kept repeating that she had been shot. And so I grabbed her and laid her on the ground. And then I grabbed a nearby hoodie and wrapped it around her wrist to try to help the bleeding. And then I heard Melanie say that she had also been shot.
Is that Melanie Delira Castaneda?
Correct.
Am I pronouncing that name right? Is it Delira?
I think it's Castaneda.
Okay. And did you see her wounds?
I could see that she had been shot through the shoulder, and I saw the blood there, but I couldn't see the actual flesh of the wound.
Okay. And how was she?
She was very quiet. I think she was scared, but I've known Melanie for a little while before, and so she does have a very calm demeanor, and so she was very calm and quiet. And just grasping her shoulder.
Did she appear to be in pain?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice any wounds to Nautical Walton?
I did. So once I had laid Natalie down and I put Melanie next to Natalie, there was a group of girls that were already in the corner. And one of them, Hayden, had asked if we should move the smartboard in front of the door. And at that point, I was trying to assess what was happening. And so I then saw Nautica on the ground, and she was quite frantic and grasping at the back of her leg. I couldn't see her wound or any blood, but she was in severe pain.
And did you see Taylor Jones?
I did not see Taylor Jones.
Okay. Were you aware of any injuries to Jackson Beaver or Ronaldo Bates?
I was aware that Ronaldo when, after the police had come in, he had said something that he was also injured. And then when we had gotten out of the room and up to the top of the hill, Jackson had said that he asked me to look at the back of his leg, and he did have something lodged into the back of his leg.
Did you see Christian Angulo in the room?
Mhm.
Where was he located at?
He was in front of the door. And he was on the ground.
What could you tell if he was alive or not?
He was alive. And Coach Edwards said that we needed to make a barricade around him after everything, all the shots had fired. And so they stacked desk around because he didn't want to move him. And while I was helping Natalie and Melanie and Nautica in the corner, there was a moment where me and Coach Edwards had looked at each other and said that they needed to come because it wasn't good. And when they came finally, they had pronounced him dead while we were here.
It shows Mark State's exhibit number 39.
Yes, that's Christian.
Is that an accurate representation of Christian Angulo? You're on Interstate Exhibit number 39 in the evidence.
Yeah, objection. 39.
Could you tell where he had been injured at?
I didn't get close enough to him to see where he had been shot.
How long did y'all stay in that room before the police came?
It was quite a bit of time. I would say probably 20 minutes.
Okay. How did they get in the room, the police?
They had a key. Then they had to push through all of the stuff that they had piled in the door.
Y'all had barricaded stuff in front of the door?
Ronaldo did.
What did they do when they came in first?
They had their weapons drawn and were telling everyone to put their hands up. But I had stood up out of the corner and walked in front of the middle of the room and said, "No, we need help."
Okay. And did medical personnel start coming into the room?
They did not. So I had started to tell them where everyone that I knew was hurt. And they had at the beginning asked me to help carry Natalie because there was only a few of them. And then more ended up coming into the room.
Okay. So they took Natalie out?
I didn't see them take Natalie out. So when they came in the room, they flipped the lights on. And that's when the students had noticed Christian on the floor. And they knew he wasn't with us anymore. And so the students began to get really upset. And they had pronounced him dead, but we had to walk by him out the door.
Because he was right in front of the door?
Yeah, and Martin started holding Brittany's face and telling her she could do it. And I had to grab Hayden and tell her that it was going to be okay, just to get them out the door.
Where were they going?
They were exiting us up towards the right, up the top of the hill after you leave J Hall.
Okay. Did you stay at the top of the hill very long?
No, or I don't know. We were the first ones up on the top of the hill.
So y'all were like the first students evacuated?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did other students start coming out from other classrooms?
They did.
Did y'all stay on the hill or did they move you somewhere else?
They started ushering us towards the football field.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the football field?
I started ushering students to the football field and waving my hands. And I came across 2 students that I had taught before. And they came up and hugged me. And they said, "Miss Ryan, why do you have blood on your hands?" And that's when I noticed that I had blood on my hands. And so I just hid my hands because I didn't know where to go wash them yet. And we got up to the top of the hill. I can't really remember what they were wanting us to do, but we just got all the students to the middle of the football field.
At some point, did you realize that one of your students was missing?
Yes, a student approached me and asked me where Mason was, that they had looked online and saw that he was in my classroom. And so I began helping them look for him. And at one point I came across Miss Schumerhorn.
Mason's mother?
Yes.
Okay.
And we began looking for Mason, and Miss Lee, which was his advisor, came and helped start looking for him. And we were thinking that maybe he heard what happened and had ran.
Why did you think that?
Because he had done that before. Not in high school, but in his earlier education.
Does he have a learning disability?
He does.
Okay. How long did y'all look for Mason?
Hours.
I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 68. As you grab this.
That's my sign in and out sheet.
Is that the piece of paper you said was on the board where kids would sign out to the bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
Who was the last? Does it accurately reflect the sign out sheets you had in your room that day?
It does.
All right, Tender State Exhibit number 68 in the evidence.
No objection. All right, 68.
And who signed out last?
Mason.
Thank you.
No questions, John. Thank you, man. You come in. Thank you. Folks, do you know why the other money's there?
You said what?
Do you know why that's there?
Yes, when they get up and point to the board.
All right, state calls next week.
State calls Jacqueline Garcia.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Can you, if you'll speak into the microphone and introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Jacqueline Garcia.
And what do you do?
I am a police officer for Auburn Police Department.
How many children do you have?
I have 4.
And can you tell us their names and ages?
Madeline, she's 18. Melanie, she's 16. Jaylene is 15, and Anthony is 8.
And for the 2024 school year, where were they all in school?
Madeline, Melanie, and Jaylene were at Apalachee High School, and Anthony was at Yargo Elementary.
And as far as your 3 that were at Apalachee High School, what grades were they in?
Maddie was in 12th grade and Melanie and Jaylene were in 9th grade.
And is Fort Yargo Elementary also close to Apalachee?
Yargo Elementary is right next door.
Back in September of 2024, were you in law enforcement then?
I was just starting.
Okay. Prior to going into law enforcement, what were you doing?
I was a teacher at Cadence Academy across the street from Apalachee High School.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 3.2, which is an overview of the school.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 3.3. Can you tell the jury on there where Cadence Academy is in comparison to where the high school is?
So it is
And
right
there
across.
should be a pointer over there.
Oh, okay.
And so that was Cadence.
That's Cadence Academy.
All right. And is, if you will then, that circle, is that where the entrance to Apalachee is?
This is the entrance, and this is the side entrance to the parking lot.
Thank you. So on September 4th of 2024, were you working at Cadence Academy?
I was.
And I think since you started law enforcement shortly after that, was this one of your last weeks there?
Yes, I had just put in my 2 weeks notice.
Were all of your children at school on September 4th?
Yes, they were.
For Melanie, who was her second period teacher?
Coach Ryan.
And who was Jaylene's second period teacher?
Miss Greer.
We heard a 911 call earlier from a Jaylene. Was that your daughter who called 911?
Yes.
While you were working that day, did you become aware that something was happening at Apalachee?
Yes, I was.
How did you become aware of that?
My assistant director that day was, I guess they were going on lockdown, and she was coming around the classrooms to tell everybody that we needed to get all the children inside of the rooms because we had kids on the playground. And then she told me that something seemed to be happening at Apalachee High School about somebody possibly bringing a gun.
When she told you that, what did you do?
I was about to go on lunch, and so I knew that there were previous fights at the school. So I assumed that maybe just there was a fight and somebody brought a gun. So I was about to go on lunch, excuse me. So I was gonna check once I left.
And what did you do after that?
I ended up leaving to go to lunch, and I saw there was my previous lieutenant who was directing traffic right in front of Cadence. And I saw a lot of police officers, and so that got me really worried, and I ran towards the road to my previous lieutenant to ask him what was going on.
And tell me what you mean by previous lieutenant.
He was my lieutenant at Statham Police Department.
So prior to working for Auburn Police Department, did you first work for Statham Police Department?
Yes, I did.
So I assume at this point he wasn't your lieutenant, but you already knew him because you were in the
Correct.
process.
I was in the process.
What did you do when you went and talked to him?
I ran and I asked him because, again, he's from Statham and he's over here in Barrow County's district. So I was kind of confused. So that worried me a bit to see him there because he's from the city of Statham. So when I asked him what was going on, he said there was an active shooter, but he was contained.
At that point, what did you do?
At that point, I called my husband, I think, and then I started calling my girls. But in my mind, I was thinking, well, I just found out about it a couple minutes ago, so how much damage could have been done? He's contained, everything's fine. My girls are okay, the school's big enough. What odds would it be that one of my children could be her.
And were you one of the first parents to arrive?
Yes.
As you're there, are more parents arriving?
Yes, as I am there, there was actually one parent there first. But parents just started coming and coming and coming within seconds. Well, it felt like seconds, but more and more parents started to show up.
What were they doing when they showed up?
They were all trying to get past the officer to get into, I guess, the school to find their children. A lot of parents were upset. Parents were crying. Parents were yelling. I mean, it was getting kind of out of control.
And your lieutenant, was he the one who was trying to prevent everyone from going into the school?
No, so Lieutenant Hood had moved from that area, and Officer Arango, who was at that time working for Statham, he was trying to control the parents. So I tried to help him because I worked with parents. I felt like everything was okay. I was trying to help all the parents calm down and just to try to get everybody situated so we can, let them do their job.
While you were there and trying to help kind of calm everyone down, were you able to speak with any of your children?
So I got a text message from Maddie, my oldest, and she told me there was a school shooting, that there was a shooter in the school, and that it was a 9th grader, and to try to find her sisters because they're in 9th grade. So I couldn't get in contact with Jaylene or Melanie. So I called their dad and I asked, I was telling him to call the girls. Excuse me. I was telling him to call the girls because I couldn't get in contact. So he finally told me Jaylene answered the phone. So I accounted for Maddie. He accounted for Jaylene. He said she was on the phone with 911. That's why she couldn't answer. But I couldn't get in contact. I couldn't get in contact with Melanie.
While you were there, did you become aware that Melanie was one of the injured children?
Yes. So finally, as I am there just standing, I get a phone call and I see it's Melanie. So I immediately felt a relief because I'm like, okay, I'm like, she's calling me. So I answer and she's crying hysterically. And she's crying, so I'm thinking, I'm like, she's alive, she's okay. So I start telling her, you're okay, baby. I'm like, you're fine. I'm like, everything's fine. I'm like, you're okay. And she immediately tells me, no, mommy, I was shot. She said, I'm shot. And it kind of just blurred a bit after that.
Were you able to, once you found that out, were you able to go try to find her?
I tried to get through Officer Arango, but he wasn't allowing me. I just kind of remember a little bit trying to go past him, but he wasn't allowing me. I think he was apologizing, but I just was kind of yelling and trying to push him out of the way to try to go and find her. And I saw my Lieutenant Hood, and I remember just yelling. I just remember I was yelling Lieutenant Hood's name, and I don't recall what I said, but I know he ran towards me and grabbed me by the hand and started running. And I think I yelled him that my daughter was shot. And he grabbed me by the hand, and then we ran towards where all the ambulances were to see if I could find her.
At that time, were you able to find her in one of the ambulances?
No, I wasn't able to. A lot of law enforcement were, just telling me to just hold on. They were going to find her. I think somebody from the Board of Education, I don't remember. They were taking her name and they said they were going to go out and look for her, like they were going to try to find her. So I just stood there waiting until she called me.
When she called you, was she able to tell you where she was headed?
Yes, so she called me and she told me she was already in the ambulance and that they were going to go to Northside Gwinnett.
After that, did you go and locate your other children?
After that, I was trying to make phone calls to let everybody know what was going on. So I was running through the parking lot back and forth because I was trying to get my son. I was trying to get to my son and make sure he was okay. So I was running in the parking lot, just back and forth. I didn't know where to go. So I called his school and they said they would keep him. So then my brother was going to go get my girls, but I remember that he wasn't going to be able to get them. So from the front of the school, I ran all the way to the back to the field to go look for Maddie and Jaylene.
And by field, you mean the football field?
The football field.
Tell me what it was like on the football field, who all was there and what was happening.
So when I got to the entrance, I feel like I was just telling everybody that I needed to find my girls, a lot of the officers, and I needed to find my girls, and they were just directing me to the field. And finally, when I got to the front, I had to explain that my other daughter was shot and I needed to get my girls because they were not letting students leave at that time. So finally, an officer let me go in and I ran, and I've been so involved with my girls' school that I knew a lot of the students. And I saw a lot of the students that I knew, and they were crying and they were trying to hug me, and they were, super scared. And I kept trying to tell them that it was okay, that they were safe. And it was just full of students. I mean, everywhere I looked, there were students just super upset, super scared. And I had to just keep going to see if I could find my girls.
Had other parents been let on the football field yet?
I don't recall.
And were you able to find your children?
Yes. So I was able to find my brother, who was already with my girls.
So you mentioned that there was Officer Arango who was present at basically the entrance to the school where you originally went.
Yes.
Did he have a body camera on at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to watch that body cam?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of what happened when you ran across the street from Cadence up until the point that you left to go find Melanie?
Yes.
And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 69 is the clip of the body camera from Officer Arango that Ms. Garcia has viewed and has identified its authenticity. So at this time, we would ask that it be introduced into evidence.
No objection.
All right, 69.
Your Honor, at this time, we are going to publish that. I believe it is about a 10-minute clip.
Is this all the portion where she's with Officer Arango?
This is the portion where she is present, and you can't see her the entire time, but she is there walking around and present for it. And then we end the clip when she leaves. And is that you there?
Yes.
No, go over there. Sorry, sir, the school's on lockdown. Secretary, stay away.
What?
Yes, you heard me.
A shooting?
Yeah, just stay over there, sir.
Oh, man, I didn't see my kids all right.
Sir, please, make sure. Sir, I understand.
Man, I didn't see my kids all right.
We're gonna go check in, but right now, can't nobody go in the building, sir, please. Let us do our job. Let us.
He's not hurt.
Not that we know, sir, but please just stay over here. Okay, please, let us do our job. We're overwhelmed, okay, sir? But you need to stay out here, please. I understand your frustration. I understand that you're worried. Please stay over here. Just go ahead, please. All the kids are okay.
He was in my daughter's class, so I understand. It's okay. Calm down. It's okay.
We're great.
That's great. It's okay. What grade is it? I have
It's actually.
We're okay. We're okay.
As soon as they unlock the school, we'll let's go.
Yes, we're okay. We got nothing to do with that. We're okay.
Let us do our job, please, sir.
They got it. They took care of it super quick. We're good. My daughter's texting me right now. She's inside of the class, and he was in her class, so everything's okay. I got 3 in there. Trust me.
Okay.
I understand. I got 3 in there. We gotta stay together. It's okay. You got it.
If you guys want to stay over there, please.
Let's just.
I understand your frustration, sir, but I need to know. Señora, quédese ahí un momentito, deja que hagamos nuestro trabajo y ya se entiende muy bien que su hijo sabe, necesito que tenemos más de 100 oficiales allá, déjanos hacer nuestro trabajo. Por favor. I understand, just stay right here. Stay out of here, please, just stay right there. Okay, sir. I understand you want to go in and make sure you get off our, let us do our job first, we're clearing everything. We got one. We don't know if there might be any more, just let us do our job, please, okay? I understand. I understand you guys are scared. There's kids in there, I understand. But we have over 100 officers in there. We want to make sure everything's safe. And once as of right now, we don't know. And I understand you're. Okay, I understand you guys are scared and everything. We have over 100 officers in there. We all responded very fast. But please stay over here for right now. Yeah, it's controlled right now. As far as I know, there might not be.
Just as long as it gets controlled.
Yeah, it's controlled. We all have. Ladies, gentlemen, please pay attention to me. Stay over here. I know you guys are scared for your kids. Just stay over here. We have over 100 officers in there. We're sweeping the halls. Let us just do our job, okay? As of right now, I don't know if anybody's hurt or not. But once we figure it out, we'll let you guys know. But please let us do our jobs. We can't have parents just rushing to school because we have over 100 officers in there. We don't want anybody to get hurt, okay? Just stay over here. Señor, quédese aquí un momento. Si hablan español, escúchenme. Entiendo, tenemos más de 100 oficiales allá adentro, lo que necesitamos. I understand, ma'am. Just stay over here. If you're off duty, just stay over here, please. But right now, we have over 100 officers in there. I need you to stay here, okay? Let us do our job. Let us clear it out. And once we have something, I'll let you know. Just please, let us do our job, okay? So you can don't know, right now, I'm probably thinking we're also.
And are those all the parents that are showing up and people just kind of parking wherever they can?
Yes.
I got it controlled. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please stay over there, sir. Gentlemen. Oh, get over here. Get over here. Get over here, please. Ladies, gentlemen, please stay behind the patrol cars over there. I know you guys are worried about your kids. Let us do our job, please. Okay? Gentlemen, please, let us do our job. Stay over here. Once we have the building cleared and everything, and they open up the school, then you can go and see your kids. But for right now, please, just let us do our job. Just right now, you can just stay over here, keep over here. I understand you guys are worried. I understand that. Just please stay over here. Let's get going. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you're just getting here. Please stay right here. Do not go through. Let us do our job. I know you guys are worried about your kids. I understand. We have over 100 officers in there. Let us do our job. Once we clear everything, once we get everything locked down, then we will be able to let you in and see your kids. But please do us a favor. Stay right here. We don't want anybody else getting hurt.
Please let me go back.
Ma'am,
Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, no, I didn't go back there, please. No, please let me go back there. Please let me go back there.
I understand what you did to. I'm sorry.
Please, I gotta go.
Gentlemen, ladies.
After you found your girls in the football field, did you eventually leave to go to the hospital?
Yes,
Did you see any other parents as you were driving to go to the hospital?
I did.
And did you recognize any of them or know any of them?
At the beginning, I didn't. As I was driving off, I remember there was one person in particular that I saw as I was driving. She just looked so scared, and she was running, and she looked scared. She was crying. She was running, and just her face would just stuck with me for, I don't know, she just looked so scared. And after that, I ended up finding out that was Natalie's mom.
Natalie Griffith's mom?
Yes.
And when you say she was she running down the street to try to get to the school?
Yes, she was running down Tom Miller because they were no longer letting people park. They had closed off the streets. And I don't know where she parked, but she was running down Tom Miller, but she just had the most worried face. And I remember when I passed by her as I was driving, I just thought, I don't know, her face just embedded in my memory. She just looked so scared.
You indicated earlier that Melanie first went to Northside Gwinnett. Was she eventually transferred to another hospital?
Yes, so she originally was at Northside Gwinnett, and then she was taken to Children's, I think it was Emory or Decatur, I don't recall.
But the Children's Hospital in
The
Atlanta?
Children's, yes.
Where was your daughter injured?
She was injured in her left shoulder.
While she was at CHOA, did she have to receive surgeries?
Yes, she did.
And how many?
I think it was 2.
How long was she in CHOA?
She was in CHOA, honestly, I don't even know. I think it was a couple of days, maybe 3-4 days.
How old was she on the day of September 4th of 2024?
She was 15.
And after she was released from CHOA, when was she able to go back to school?
She did not go back to school until, I think it was January.
And were her activities limited after she was released?
Yes, so she plays soccer and she was unable to play soccer for a while.
Did she have any emotional effects from the shooting?
Yes, she did. She's very shy and very quiet, but she became angry. She became angry, and I didn't understand why. But once I was able to get her to open up, she said she was angry that she couldn't do anything for Mason and Christian. And she felt like it was not fair that she was here and they weren't.
Has she been to counseling?
She's in counseling.
I'll wait for the questions.
Cross. No questions, John. Thank you, man, for your What is the state's witness situation? Approach 4:30.
That was our last witness that we have scheduled for the day, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated to y'all during jury selection, we were gonna attempt to stop around 4:30 most days. So we're gonna go ahead and break for today. I have to keep saying it, stay off the media, stay off the news, stay off social media. And don't discuss the case with others, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Thank you. Is there anything we need to address?
Not for the state, Your Honor.
Not this time. All right. Let's just go ahead ahead and plan to convene at 9, and we'll see what time the jurors get here. Of course, I'll grab you and all.
Judge, there is one thing. We're in the back where the jury is. We're a little concerned about that. We were wondering if we could go down to the second floor. There are a couple of attorney rooms down there. It would be much better. I just don't want to run into the jury and it be something inappropriate. So,
Yeah, why don't y'all in the state come to chambers for a minute?